can be taken, even if prepared long, long ago, because such food is transcendental. Therefore, to make food antiseptic, eatable, and palatable for all persons, one should offer food to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Jai Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki, Jai Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Jai Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Jai. Okay, so now we'll have Gaur Arati. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namo
Srimate Bhaktivedanta
Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Namaste Sarasvate Deve Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Krishna Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Chaitanya Prabhu Sri Advaita Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Everybody! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Ashtotara Sata Shri Srimad Abhay Charanaravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Ashtotara Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Sekaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinata Shamakunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda Ki Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Ki Shri Shri Gauranitai Ki Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Shri Navadvip Dham Ki Ganga Mai Ki Yamuna Mai Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Tulasi Devi Ki Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Janitai Gaur Premanandi Haribo. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories unto the lotus feet of Shri Shri Guru Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Paraya Krishna Prishta Ebutale. Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamane Namaste Sarasvati Devi Gauravani Pracharine. Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Resha Tarine. So we'll continue. Devotees are going to sing prayers to Lord Nrsimhadev. And please be seated for those prayers.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Praladayine. Hiranyakashipu Vakshaha. Shela Tankara Kalaye Ito na Shinga Parato na Shinga Yato Yato Yamito to na Shinga Bahir Nashinga, Hridaye Nashinga Narasimha Madev Sharara Prapade Davakara Kamala Vare Naka Adbhuta Shringa Darita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Haribo Tavaka Adbhuta Shringa Darita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Nashingare 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 Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Nitai Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gora Hari Bol Jai Shri Shri Nrsimhadev Bhagavan Ki Jai Prahlad Maharaj Ki Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Nitai Gaur Premanande
Hare Krishna, thank you so much for coming to Bhaktivedanta Manor. There will be lunch prasadam now being served in the Haveli. Hare Krishna. Also, there will be a Bhagavad-gita class now happening in the temple room if you wish to stay. So if everyone could maybe just sit on that side, facing this way, and then the speaker will sit on this side. Thank you. After the class, maybe. Sorry, excuse me. Very nice, very good. Slide when he's on the mic.
That's it, go to the back.
Have you done it? No, we haven't. We just got here. We left home at like 15. She's scared.
Can you play the mridanga just for the Kirtan and then... Hare Krishna. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. यशोदानन्दन व्रज जनरञ्जन यशोदानन्दन व्रज जनरञ्जन यमुना तीरा वनचारी यमुना तीरा वनचारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. जय राधा गोकुलानंद राधा गोकुलानंद श्री राधे जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान जय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय जय प्रभुपदा श्रील प्रभुपदा नित्य गौर हरि बोल बोल नित्य गौर हरि बोल Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Gaurantai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Ita Gaura Premanande. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for coming on this Sunday afternoon. Can I ask how many of you are here for the first time? So I think everybody has come before. That's wonderful. So thank you so much for coming, and we'll be trying to cover Bhagavad-gita today. And I thought, like, instead of just going through one verse, I'll just give like an essence. Today's class will be about, you can say, the qualification, all the what makes us eligible to get Krishna's love or Krishna's bhakti, you know. And it's a very interesting verse, and somehow, like, we have the material laws, like, you know, we have this guy, but when it comes to Krishna, you can see like how the rules change, and it has happened time and time again, right? So you have the famous example of Mahabharata, where Duryodhana is there. He's this like evil prince who has like all the royalties, who has all the riches, and who is trying to invite Krishna. But when Krishna actually goes to Vidura's house, not Duryodhana's house, because he could see the love within Vidura. He couldn't see the love in Duryodhana. So we'll discuss a verse which will see, like, which will make us understand like what makes us eligible to actually get Krishna Prem or Krishna Bhakti. So the verse is 1.46, and I will just recite the verse quickly so that we are all on the same page. So the verse is Evam Sanjay Uvacha. Just 1 second, let me take out the verse 146. Yeah, so the verse is Sanjay Uvacha Evam Ukta Sankhye Rathopastha Upavisat Vrishijya Sasuram Chapam Shoka Samvigna Manasaha. And the translation of the verse is, Sanjay Uvacha means Sanjay spoke, and Evam Uktva Arjuna Sankhye. So having this spoken on the battlefield. So we can understand like this is the midst of the battlefield, right? So as you guys know already, as all the devotees know, that Bhagavad-gita was spoken on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. So this very prominent, you can say a very big battle is going to take place, which is going to decide the future of the whole Bharatvarsha. A huge battle, a very serious battle is going to take place. And just, you can see all the preparations are going on, the diplomatic forces are going to different parts of the country. They are inviting all the forces to come and join, like either one of the parties, like either the Pandav side or the Kuru side. Everything has happened, everything's ready. You can say, you know, like the final call, like, okay, now we have to fight. And just when the fight is about to take place, this thing happens. So he says, Arjuna, just before he's going to fight, he just says, sorry Krishna, I can't do it, you know. I just can't do it, like. And it's such a bewilderment, because just before the fight was going to happen, you can read the Bhagavad-gita, you will know that the armies are actually watching each other, you know. You'll often see this in a rugby match also. And in this regard, I think the New Zealand team is quite well known for, they do the famous haka dance. So with their staring and with their body languages and with their voices, they will try to intimidate the army. So similarly, in the battlefield of Kurukshetra, both the Kauravas and the Pandavas were actually just seeing each other, and they're trying to intimidate each other with their body language. And just about when the war is about to take place, Arjuna just says, Krishna, sorry, I can't do it. You know, it's not for me. And that's why this verse is saying that having spoken on the battlefield, so Arjuna spoke something, and then he kept his bow aside. You know, for a warrior, it's a very disrespectful thing to say, like, or thing to do. Because when a warrior comes inside, he has his bow, he has his weapons. Just imagine like a soldier who's standing on the border, and he just keeps his gun aside. He doesn't want to fight. So then the whole identity crisis happens, right? So he's not a soldier anymore. So similarly here, Arjuna actually casts aside his bow. He just keeps his bow aside. And it says then, Ratho Pasta Upavisat. So it means that he just went to the back of the chariot, and he just sat there. Visarjya Sasaram Chapam Shoka Samvigna Manasa. So Shoka is like, he was in immense sadness. He was just couldn't think of anything, And it's a very distressing thing to say, like because you can see like when a man is just like completely exhausted and completely like, whew, like I can't do this, it's not for me. I'm not meant to do this. So in this kind of a situation, and normally when this kind of situation arises, what do we think? Like, oh, the first reaction will like, what happened to him? Like he was just okay like 2 minutes ago, But you will not believe, this is you can say, this point was the qualification of why Krishna spoke the Bhagavad-gita to Arjuna. So in Hindi, the first chapter of the Bhagavad-gita is called Arjun Vishada Yoga. So Vishada is a Sanskrit word or a Hindi word which has multiple meanings. But you can say the closer meanings are depression, anxiety, or you can say like a complete, like exhaustion. So the first chapter, and yoga, and all of you are very familiar with the word called yoga. Yoga means to link. So it's so amazing, like how can somebody's depression or somebody's unwillingness or somebody's weakness can be a means for him to actually get the mercy or get Krishna's love, This is such an amazing thing, like, I mean, time and time and again in the Bhagavad-gita, like we hear like 4 kind of people come to Krishna. So one is one who is distressed, one who is looking for fame and fortune, one who is kind of inquisitive. He wants to know, okay, yeah, I'm working in my 9-to-5 job, I'm earning good money. My parents love me, my friends like me because I drive this fancy car, but there must be something more to life, right? And then there is somebody who is like Tattva Gyani, like they want to know the real truth. So 4 kind of people come to Krishna. So similarly, Arjuna was also in such a state, like he was just very distressed. He was just completely broken, completely shattered, and just didn't know like what to do more, And here, like I think when the verse starts, it says like Evam Uktva Arjuna. So having spoken thus, Arjuna just cast aside his bow. So we will quickly try and go through some of the verses what Arjuna had spoken, because we are just seeing the climax of the movie, right? We are just seeing this great warrior, and it's so funny. Like just before the war had started, Arjuna was very enthusiastic. He was like, Krishna, take this chariot to the middle of the battlefield. I just want to see those durbuddhi. Durbuddhi means like those low intelligence Kauravas, who think that they can come and fight with us, Just take me to in front of them. And Krishna very tactfully will take the chariot in front of the Kaurava army. And Krishna will say, here is your grandfather. Here is your teacher. Here is all your sons. Here are all your nephews. So the same Krishna, like he will show like, see, your relatives are here, Like, he didn't say like don't fight, but he was just, he pointedly, you can say for a purpose, he just showed him like, these are your relatives, These are your grandfather, this is your teacher, your brothers, your cousins, And you can say like at that point when Arjuna saw that, oh my goodness, these are my relatives, they're my own family members. And then you can say the dilemma or the depression, the anxiety starts happening. And Krishna's name is also Rishikesha. Rishikesha in Sanskrit means controller of the senses. So somebody who can control or they can direct his senses. So Krishna was able to actually, you can say in a way, he confused Arjuna here. And Arjuna is a pure devotee, please don't get me wrong, Arjuna, but just for the purpose so that Krishna could speak the Bhagavad-gita, Arjuna takes this humble role that he behaves as this like confused, like depressed guy who just doesn't know like what to do. He's just completely bewildered, like what is the next step I should take in my life. So Eva Muktva is like I just spoken. So we'll just quickly go through some of the verses which happened so that we can get a better idea. So just before the battle had started, he said, Nacho Saknomi Avasthitum. So Arjuna is saying like just when he saw the army, when he saw the Kaurava army, he says, I can't stand here any longer, I'm forgetting myself. My Gandiva bow, like the world famous bow which I have, is actually slipping out of my hand. So I just can't stand here Krishna anymore, you know. It's just too difficult for me. Then in text 31 he will say, I don't see any good which can come out of this fighting. I'm killing my own family members, you know. What is the use? Like, and I think for most of us who read the Bhagavad-gita for the first time, it happens that when we read the first chapter, we see that whatever points Arjuna has made, we think that actually that's very true. Like, he doesn't want to fight, he doesn't want violence, he wants to actually deal with the situation in a peaceful way, in a well-mannered way. And actually, like for me also, for the first time when I was reading the Bhagavad-gita, I thought Arjuna is right here. Like, all the points he has mentioned are absolutely correct. So I was kind of curious, like, okay, let's see what happens in the second chapter, so that the battle because at the end of the day the battle did happen, right? So and the Pandavas won, and you can say they got the kingdom of the Hastinapur back. But all the points which Arjuna is trying to put here on the first chapter, it all makes very, very, like, it, all of us are kind of like very, like amazed, like, wow, like this is actually very true philosophy. So he's saying, I do not see any good which can come out of this killing, you know. And whatever victory will happen, what is the use, you know? Because these are my family members. Normally, we say like, let's say a family is there, a middle class family is there. The parents, they worked really hard to kind of like teach his son or his daughter. The son does very well. He gets a very good job. I think he gets a good mortgage. He gets a good house. And when he gets all this prosperity, when he drives a nice car, he has his family to share this prosperity, right? He will invite his family to come over, invite his friends, and they can celebrate together, they can talk together, they can have some nice prasadam together. So whenever there's prosperity, whenever there's success, we always see our loved ones who come closer to us. Because they're very happy that we made this, you know. So Arjuna is saying the same point, like, you know, even though I will win this war, but if my family members, if my close ones are not there anymore, who will I celebrate this victory with, you know? I don't see any point of this battle. Similarly, and then the next verse he will say that whatever, like, I'll win, I feel that this will be covered with blood. Like, it will be like as if like I have killed them and I'm trying to kind of like enjoy this, you know. So it's not for me. And then he will again go further. He will speak about, normally in a battlefield you have young soldiers who come. So he says that when this battle will happen, then a lot of young soldiers are going to die. And when the young soldiers will die, the husbands or the leads of the family will die, then the family will become very unstable, you know. Who will look after the children? Who will look after the women? And there are unscrupulous, or you can say not so good people who will try to take advantage of the situation. Because we say that any kingdom or any rajya, like even this country is run because we have a strong military, we have a strong police force, we have a strong administration. So he was saying that when all the, you can say the healthy men or the good men or the responsible people will die, then the society will become chaotic, because all this like unscrupulous, not so good people will come. They will try to take advantage of the situation, and from them will come Varna Shankara. So Prabhupada will, you can say, often translate the word Varna Shankara as unwanted population. And you can normally you can see, like, I mean, no offenses, but I'll see here like the roads are so clean, and you know, like it's like everything's like so well managed, but somebody will come and break the window shield just because out of fun. Or you have this like very, very well maintained parks and stuff, but then you might find somebody driving like a quad bike or like a dirt bike on the middle of the ground, you know. So you have people like this, like everything's nicely arranged, but then somebody will come and like break all the rules and regulations, do whatever you want. So those is something called Varna Shankara, like people who don't want to actually, you know, follow the rules. So Arjuna will say that these Varna Shankaras will actually break the family principles. Just now we have the Shraddha ceremony is going to start place. So Shraddha is something like we as people, we offer, you can say, homage to our ancestors. So Arjuna will say in the Bhagavad-gita that when this unwanted population will come, they will stop offering ceremony, or they will stop offering homage to the ancestors. The ancestors will also get affected. And the Bhagavad-gita also talks about like whatever karma, whatever actions we perform, you can say the results are, or you can say the karma has to be dealt with all the people, the future generations as well as the past generation. So, so Arjuna will say, so the family traditions is going to break away, they will lose all their family traditions, and Varna Shankara will happen, and slowly the society will go into complete mess, you know. So Arjuna, please, don't make me fight this battle. And at this point, all of us will think that absolutely right, like this battle is going to just kill people, and you know, like things are going to just become absolutely chaotic. So why should we have this battle? But then now is a turning point. Now the Krishna was observing Arjuna this time, and then now Krishna will start speaking. And from there the chapter 2 starts. And you can just, so here is what, like you can say this is the point where you can say the turn happened, because I was just speaking about Vishada means depression. So even though Arjuna was really sad, he was depressed, he was just completely shaken, just completely, you can say, just doesn't know what to do. But just because he had a kind heart, right? He could see that even though I will win this battle, because he had absolute belief that Krishna is with me, so I'm going to win this battle. But just because he had so much compassion and so much mercy for the other side, for the Kauravas, so Krishna could see that actually, even though he is crying, he is saying that I can't fight this battle anymore. But because he has that compassion and he has that kindness within his heart, so I'm going to speak the Bhagavad-gita to him. And that's why you'll find it so amazing that the Bhagavad-gita was not spoken to some very amazing yogi or some rishi or some very like prominent spiritual personality. It was spoken to a warrior who was on the battlefield, who was just going to start a war. So Bhagavad-gita was spoken on the battlefield, because even though Arjuna was completely distressed, he was completely confused, completely depressed, but because he had compassion for his fellow human beings, for his family members, so Krishna thought he's the right eligible person to hear the Bhagavad-gita. And from there we can just quickly go to the second chapter. The second chapter just starts with this verse. Let me quickly pull that verse out. It will start with a verse called chapter 2. Emam uktva Rishikesha. Yeah, so tam tatha kripaya vishtam ashtupurna kulekshanam. So ashtupurna is like full of tears. So Arjuna is completely bewildered. His eyes are full of tear. Vishidam idam vakyam uvacha madhusudana. So when Krishna saw that Arjuna is full of tears, he is just completely bewildered, like, you know, completely exhausted, doesn't know what to do. Evam uktva uvacha madhusudana. So uvacha, and in the Bhagavad-gita verses, we'll always see like there are so many different names Krishna is referred to. So Madhusudana is like the killer of the Madhu demon. So why the word Madhusudana is used here? So just like you killed the demon Madhu, so in this case, please kill this anxiety, please kill this depression, or you can say, please eliminate this depression or this anxiety which Arjuna has. So then we go into the second verse, and then Krishna will say, even Sri Bhagavan Uvacha, Kutaswa Kashvalam Idam. So this is quite amazing. Like I normally always try to like think about this verse, you know. So just imagine this battle is going to take place. Arjuna is completely bewildered. He's crying, like skin burning, and all this kind of things are happening. So Krishna never went and like, okay, sit down. Shall I call the ambulance? You know, you just take like small nap. Think about it. You know, let us speak about this. So Krishna is like, you can say like just throwing the hammer. He's like, Kutastva kashmalamidam. Like, how can this impurity or how can this bad thought come to you? You know, Vishame samupastitam. Like, how can this impurity come to you? It's like, it's just quite amazing. Like, just when the battle, like Arjuna is like totally distressed and he's like completely bewildered. And instead of like, you know, you can say patting Arjuna like, oh, it's fine, you're my friend, you know, don't worry, it happens. You can cry, you can like put your head on my shoulder and you can cry. So Krishna doesn't say that. He's like, Kutastva, like, how can this happen to you? Like, you know, how can you cry like this? He say, Anarya Justam Asargyam. So, so Anarya Justam is like, this is not things which you can say Anaryas, you know. Anaryas is like not so well-known people, like not so, who doesn't know what is their rightful duty. So, Anarya, just these kind of things are done by people who don't know about their, you can say, about the full responsibility. And then he will say Asorkyam. And if you do these kind of things, you're going to get asorgyam, like you'll never get good fortune, or you'll never get like a good destination, because what you're going to commit, you're going to cry and you're going to just leave the battlefield, and you might say, oh, I did this because out of kindness, but the Kauravas are going to actually laugh at you. And they'll say, this guy, you know, he just said like he was like compassionate over us, but actually he was just scared of fighting us. That's why he left the battle. And they're going to make fun of you, you know. So he's saying like Arjuna, like Krishna is like really strong in his word. He's like, Kutastva, like how can this kind of like impurity come to you, you know? Akirtikaram Arjuna. And he's like, Vishame Samupastam. He's like, this is the battlefield, you know. If it was your house and you felt depression or you feel anxiety and you're not sure about what to do, you can close your door, you can switch off your mobile phone, or put it on airplane mode, and you can say, I don't want to speak to anybody, just let me think. But this is the battlefield, you know. This is the Karam Bhumi, this is the place where the action has to take place. So how can you speak these kind of words in this battlefield? This is the place of action. And he will say, Akirtikaram Arjuna. So these kind of activities is only going to bring you Akirti. Akirti is like not glorious, you know. This is only going to bring you bad name. And just like oftentimes we always say that we might like work really hard, we might try hard for decades and decades, but Akirti, or you can say losing respect, is just so fast, right? Like somebody can be such an, and you often like find this kind of examples, like somebody who is like a big leader or somebody big in society, they've been working for decades, like really nice job, they are working and helping people, but just one small step or one small mistake, that's it, you know. Because when you are at a very high position or a very high, you can say like on a top position where a lot of people are watching you, a lot of people are learning from you. So even though if you can just create some mistake or do some mistake out of, we can say innocence, like, but still the replications can be quite hard because so many people are watching us, so many people are learning from us, you know. So Krishna is saying here, Akirtikaram Arjuna. So you are a general, you are like one of the prominent personalities on the Pandava army, and if you cry like this, if you turn away from this battlefield, just imagine you can say the state or the mental situation of all your people who are going to fight with you. If the leader of the army says like, I can't fight this, all the soldiers are going to also like say, okay, if our leader doesn't want to fight, then why should I fight, you know? So Arjuna, like Krishna is saying that, you know, Arjuna, don't do this. Like, if you do this, it's only going to bring you Akirti, because so many people, so many, you can say, soldiers are watching you, and their manobala is like their enthusiasm is only based on you. So if you cry like this, if you just go like this, they're all going to get shattered. They're all going to we'll just lose this war. So that's what Krishna says. Then we go to the third verse, and he says, Klebhyam ma gamaha partha naitatva upapadite. So he said, like Krishna is just saying, like trying to kind of like enthusiasm, say, do not just like, don't become so important, you know, just do something. It does not become you. Give up this petty weakness of your heart, like just you know, like just leave this aside and you know, come, like I know like you're a strong warrior, you're a good person, you're a strong human being. So you need to come back to that, like, you know, just leave this weakness out. And then he will say, Katham Bhishmam, then this famous verse happened. Arjuna is saying that, Katham Bhishmam, Katham Sankhye, Dronam cha Madhusudana. So Arjuna is still kind of like depressed, and he's like, how can I like fight with Bhishma Dev? He was my grandfather. My early memories are that I was like a small child sitting on the lap of of Bhishma Dev. And now with the same, like my grandfather, how can I fight him? Drona, the first person who taught me how to actually fight, like use a bow and arrow, how can I fight with him? So all this like very interesting conversation happens, and then finally, the text 7 happens. It's called Karpanya Doshopahata Swabhava Prashambhitam Dharma Samuda Cheta Yakshaya Nishchitam Bruhitanme Shishyasteham Sadimam Tvam Prapannam. And after text 7 only, you can say the Bhagavad-gita starts, the knowledge starts spreading. And you can say like the society needs jnana, right? Even though Krishna was there, and Krishna says that with a flick of my finger I could have just finished the battlefield here, but Krishna was there to kind of give jnana, he was there to give knowledge. So this is the, you can say this is the point where the real knowledge or the transcendental knowledge starts flowing. So Arjuna folded hands, he says that now I'm confused about my duty and I have lost all composure because of miserly. So he's acknowledging this fact that I have completely lost all my sense of duty, and I'm just like really you can say vulnerable here. In this condition, I'm asking you to tell me what is best for me. Like even though like I'm completely shattered, I'm completely depressed, but I'm still asking you like Krishna, please tell me what should I do. Like I'm completely broken here. And he will say, now I am your disciple. Shishyaste aham sadimam tvam prapannam. And Shishya means to somebody who follows, right? So Krishna, you can say, Krishna will ask like, if you say you are a Shishya, you are a follower, why are you giving all this philosophy, you know? Like, why are you like giving so many facts and figures and this and that? If you're a Shishya, if you're a follower, if you are my student, you have to actually follow me. So he'll say, Shishyaste aham swadimam tvam prapannam. So I'm a soul surrendered to you. I'm really your disciple. Please instruct me. Sadimam tvam prapannam. So I'm completely, you can say, dependent on your mercy or your kindness. Please instruct me. Please tell me what to do. And then you can say, Krishna will start speaking from there. He will give the knowledge to him, and he will, time and time again, with different, you can say, philosophy, karma yoga, jnana yoga, bhakti yoga, he will make Arjuna understand that why this battle is important and why you have to fight without considering the loss or the gain. Just do your duty and just you know, like do your responsibility and just see like and leave everything to Krishna, like what is going to happen. And you can say like, because Krishna was there to like guide him and this is like when I was saying like Vishada yoga, like how, you can see in this particular situation like how Vishada or depression or anxiety, like somebody's weakness can also become like make them eligible to get Krishna's love, you know. So that's why often in our philosophy, often in our literature, we always speak about like anything we have. Let's say somebody comes here for the first time, they want to actually make a good name, or they want to be famous, or they want to actually like, they want them to kind of like see like other people are watching him, or any kind of thoughts or desires they have. But if you can say use the desire in serving Krishna, the desires can get purified and we can actually become a good person, you know. So similarly here, Vishada is like total depression, anxiety, but because Arjuna kind of surrendered to him, he said like, I'm completely depressed, I don't know what to do, but still you tell me what to do, you know. Then Krishna started giving mercy. So I think from this class we can take like whatever thoughts we have, whatever desires, whatever anxieties we have, if you try to actually surrender and if you try to actually use it in Krishna's service, we are always going to get help. So please, you can take this out of this class, that anything we have, any desires, any thoughts, or any hurdles we have, if you try to actually use that, or you can say take it in Krishna's service, it is going to actually help you. So I'll stop here. I think it's lunchtime, but any questions, corrections, or any doubts, anything I can help with? Yeah? Okay. So thank you so much for coming. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki, Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Gorantai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nita Gora Premanande, Hari Hari Bol.
Otherwise you could be with Krishna is very smart. Yes, I see. No, I don't. Retired now. One of my colleagues really does. You have your personality. It's almost back to the sort of, amount of people coming. Lot of them now. More than before. Sure, yeah. Nice to see you, India. Nice to see you.
show you how you.
When you get to Fabi,
I try to help them.
We're just trying to fill the tiny things in.
If she has a pink person.
Krishna Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Pada Sadhana Vrinda Vishakha Nitamsha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaurabhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaurabhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaurabhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
जय श्री श्री राधा गोकुलंद की जय, सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय, श्री श्री गौर निताय शिला प्रभुपाद की जय. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming here, visiting our temple here. This is actually your temple, but thank you for coming, taking the darshan of the deities, the beautiful deities. Okay, we're going to do some chanting of the Maha Mantra, of the holy names, Hare Krishna and Rama, repeated 16 times, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And you all please join in with the chanting of the mantras. Thank you. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Prashyata Desatarine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Prashyata Desatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaur Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaur Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Okay. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Gaurang, Gaurang, Jaya Gopal, Jaya Jaya Govinda, Jaya Jaya Gopal, Jaya Govinda, Jaya Jaya Gopal, Jaya 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 Jaya Govinda, Jaya Gopal, Jaya Govinda, Jaya Jaya Gopal, Jaya Jaya Govinda, Jaya Jaya Gopal, Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda, Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Radha Ramana Hari Govinda, Jaya Jaya Govinda, Jaya Gopal, Jaya Jaya Govinda, Jaya 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 Jaya Gopal, Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda, Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda, Jaya Jaya Radha Radha Ramana Hari Govinda, Jaya Jaya Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. All together. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Gurudev Jaya, Jaya Gurudev Jaya 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 Gurudev, Gurudev, Gurudev Jaya Jaya Gurudev Jaya Jaya Hari Bol, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Rama
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Radha Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Radha Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya जय जय गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय राधा रमन हरि गोविंद जय जय राधा रमन गोविंद जय राधा रमन हरि गोविंद जय जय गोविंद 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 गोपाल गोविंद 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 गोपाल राधा रमन हरे गोविंद जय जय राधा रमन गोविंद राधा रमन हरे गोविंद जय जय राधा गोविंद 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 गोपाल गोविंद 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 गोपाल गोविंद 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 गोपाल गोविंद 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 गोपाल राधा रमन हरि गोविंद जय जय राधा राधा रमन हरि गोविंद जय जय राधा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे all together हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम ओ हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Krishna prasthaya bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami iti namine
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna prasthaya Srimate with my leg.
Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashachadeshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya
Chaitanya
Nityananda
Nityananda
Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda
Krishna
Chaitanya
Nityananda
Nityananda
Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda
Krishna Chaitanya
Chaitanya
Prabhu Nityananda
Nityananda
Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare The Boliye please let's glorify our beautiful Shri Radha Gokulananda ji. Come on everyone, chant the holy mantra, the only mantra, the magic mantra. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, bolo Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
bolo Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jaya Radha Gokul Nand, Radha Gokul Nand Radhe.
Radha Gokul Nand, Radha Gokul Nand Radhe.
Jai Jai Radha Gokul Nand, Radha Gokul Nand Radhe.
Radha Gokul Nand, Radha Gokul Nand Radhe.
Jai Jai Radha Gokul Nand, Radha Gokul Nand Radhe.
Jai Radha Gokul Nand, Radha Gokul Nand Radhe.
Jai Radhe Radhe,
Radhe Radhe,
bolo Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Radhe,
Jai Radhe Radhe, bolo Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gokul Nand, Radha Gokul Nand Radhe.
Radha Gokul Nand, Radha Gokul Nand Radhe.
Veer Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman.
Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jai Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman.
Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai.
Gauranitai, Jai Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Jai Gauranitai.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. बोलो श्री श्री राधा गोकुल नंद भगवान जी की, श्री श्री सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान जी की। जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्रकचार्य श्रीमद अभयचरण स्वामी महाराज प्रभुपाद की, अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की, नामाचार्य शिला हरिदास ठाकुर की, प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर शिवसादि गौर भक्त वृंद की, श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन धाम की, गंगा माई जमुना माई तुलसी देवी भक्ति देवी की, गौर प्रेम नंदी हरि हरि बोल. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shishi lotus feet of Guru and Gauranga. And Bhaktivedanta Manor Dham ki.
Please everybody take a seat. We now going to have the Nrsingadev
Nrsingadev
prayers.
prayer.
So please everybody take a seat. Rajesh, you want to do it? Hare Krishna. Thank you.
She was dancing.
Bhagwan Naam is always nice. Good, good.
Namaste Narsimhaya.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Narsimhaya.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Prahlad lad daine.
Prahlad lad daine.
Prahlad lad daine.
Prahlad lad daine.
Hiranyakashipu Vakshaha.
Hiranyakashipu Vakshaha.
Hiranyakashipu Vakshaha.
Hiranyakashipu Vakshaha.
Shilakankan khalaye.
Shilakankan
Khalaye. Shilakankan khalaye. Ito Narsingho Parato Narsingho.
Ito Narsingha Parato Narsingha.
Ito Narsingho Parato Narsingho.
Ito Narsingha Parato Narsingha.
Yato Yato Yamitato Narsingho. Yato Yato Yamitato Narsingho.
Yato Yato Yamitato Narsingha.
Ahe Narsingha Hridaye Narsingha.
Narsingha Hridaye Narsingha.
Ahe Narsingha Hridaye Narsingha.
Ahe Narsingha Hridaye Narsingha.
Narsingha Madim Sharanam Sapade.
Nare Mamadim Sharanam Sapade.
Narsingha Madim Sharanam Sapade.
Nare Mamadim Sharanam Sapade.
Avakar Kamalavare Naka Adhuta Singam Lalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bendam Keshavaditra Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare
Avakara Prabhupada, Guru Maharaj, second, third, fourth. Can you sing this? Bhagavad-gita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadishware Jai Jagadishware Jai जगदीश हरे
अवतार कमलवरे नखाम अद्भुत सिंगार ललिता हिरण्य कशिपु केशव गीता नर हरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
सदावकर कमल वरे नागाम अद्भुत सिंगार लालिता हिरण्य कशिपु तनु बिंगा केशव गीता नर हरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
केशव गीता नर हरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
केशव गीता नर हरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
केशव गीता नर हरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
केशव गीता नर हरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
जय हो नरसिंहदेव जय
नरसिंहदेव नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव
जय जय भक्त
प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज
जय जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद
जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद
जय जय प्रभुपाद गुरुदेव गुरुदेव जय जय गुरुदेव
जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव
नृसिंहदेव भगवान की प्रहलाद महाराज की
जय
शीला प्रभुपाद की
जय।
जय गौर प्रेमानंदी हरि हरि बोल
हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे राम हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम हरे राम
Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Hare
Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Rama Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Rama Ram Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
जय श्री श्री राधा गोकुलानंद की जय श्री राम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की
जय
श्री गौर निताय की जय शिला प्रभुपाद की जय
You do one? No, and then we'll do it together. One new one. I want to do a new one with them. Okay? No. Oh, okay. No, a new one. You can Okay, make it. She hasn't sung.
Charlie can sing first.
No, we'll all sing together. We want to sing a new one. Actually, I don't know.
So give me a...
Megna, come this side here.
Are you singing the new one?
Yeah. Huh? This same one we did. Megna, three of you put it together. Three of you together. Somebody over there. I don't know. Somebody over there. Maria, याद છે ના તમે કીધું ના એના પર નથી તમે કીધું દેખાતું નથી મેં હવે ચશ્મા વગર ના દેખતું જો ઊંધું હતું અત્યાર સુધી હરે કૃષ્ણ 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 હરે 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 રામ 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 હરે હરે
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama mentally Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
all together. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Amara Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama
Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Gaur Premanande. Hare Krishna, this is from the School of Bhakti. These students are here, they're studying the harmonium and singing classes, and this their own composition. This is a new composition. Every Janmashtami, every festival, we all together in this School of Bhakti, we produce new compositions, and this was the latest one. This one.
And how old are you, Leila? So this, the youngest one, is just 14. She's been here since 8, right? Nearly 8 to 10. So what can we say? Krishna is so merciful.
And they are in the advanced level of the studies of the harmonium and singing classes. They have been doing it for the last 3.5, nearly 4 years with School of Bhakti.
With Prabhuji, actually. He's the teacher. So all glories to Prem Singh Kirtan Prabhuji. And Radha Vinod Prabhuji. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
All together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Rama,
Hare Rama,
Rama,
Rama Rama,
Rama,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Rama,
Hare Rama,
Rama,
Rama Rama,
Rama,
Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
गोकुल नंद राधा गोकुल राधे
राधा गोकुल नंद राधा गोकुल नंद राधे जय जय राधा लंदनेश्वर राधे राधे जय राधे राधे बोलो राधे राधे जय राधे राधे बोलो श्री राधे जय राधा गोकुल नंद राधा गोकुल नंद राधे
राधा गोकुल नंद राधा गोकुल राधे
सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान
जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान
जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram, Lakshman Hanuman.
Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman.
Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai.
Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada,
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 Prabhupada.
Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Gurudev.
Jaya Jaya Gurudev,
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 Gurudev.
Gurudev, Gurudev.
बोलो श्री श्री राधा गोकुल नंद भगवान जी की, श्री श्री सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान जी की जय।
She's giving it. Ale jada, ale jada. Ah. Prabhuji, Haribo.
Just stay for a while and I can sing Jai
Yeah,
Ram.
yeah, yeah. I'll yeah. Now we're going to have the Bhagavad-gita class. It will be on this side here. So if everybody can face where the speaker is going to be on this side here, face towards there. Okay, thank you very much. Then you might have some questions at the end of the class. You can ask some questions.
Yeah, please. Just
Rajesh.
stay and play and just give me the vibe.
Put a chair.
Yeah, I can do that.
Quickly, tell them.
I'll sing, shall I? Yeah?
You want to sing now?
Or should I sing there?
Yeah. No,
Okay. They're setting up there. Okay. Charlotte, my love, they're setting up there for me to sit. So come round here. 7 o'clock.
Yeah, this way.
Hey, you can give me a chair, yeah? Sit better. Okay. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Just a bit closer, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hare Krishna, everyone. Welcome to Bhaktivedanta Manor. Please, may I make a humble request that you all settle down and perhaps speak outside. And as we are doing that, we'll start the prayer. So please, very silently and respectfully, join in. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradari Jaya Girivaradari Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Join in, ladies and gentlemen. Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
So, a very warm welcome to everyone this evening to Bhaktivedanta Manor. Please may I ask some of you to sit here, because otherwise I'm just conscious that people are sitting and seeing my back, and I don't want to be so rude to you for you to see my back. Thank you. Thank you. If you just come round a little bit so I can see you as well. Please, just come round. Otherwise, you're not even seeing the deities, you're seeing me. So, Hare Krishna, dear devotees. It is wonderful to see you at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Is it anyone's first time? Yes, it's your first time. So, a very warm welcome to you. Bhaktivedanta Manor is a temple, but it's your home as well. And the home of the Lord is where everyone belongs. And it's wonderful that you've taken time out on a Sunday to actually come and just sit down and be still for a moment. My role today is to actually share the Bhagavad-gita with you. And how many of you know of the Bhagavad-gita? Thank you. Thank you. How many don't know the Bhagavad-gita? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your honesty. And how many of you just didn't bother putting your hand up? So tell me if you know the Bhagavad-gita. Just please put your hand up, because, of course, what I want to be able to do is tailor today's class so that, I know that you know what the Bhagavad-gita is. So driving today to Bhaktivedanta Manor, I was just thinking about the holy text of the Bhagavad-gita. And as many of you may know or not know, it's become more and more popular over the world because very famous stars like, I could name them, but you can have a look online, who are box office hits, but they're actually taking shelter of Bhagavad-gita. Because one of the great things about Bhagavad-gita is that anyone can read it and understand the direction in life. Now, one of my thoughts today was that almost every Muslim child goes to a school where they learn about the Quran. And many Christian children go to Sunday school and they learn about the Bible. But I just wonder how many of us and our children and the future generations will actually know about the Bhagavad-gita, because the Bhagavad-gita is a very hidden treasure. But today, my role is to share chapter 9 with you. Now, chapter 9 of the Bhagavad-gita is considered the most confidential of knowledge. And before we dive into it, ladies and gentlemen, may I just ask you to just take a deep breath, because it's almost like we're hearing into a meditation. So just take a deep breath, shoulders up, and just notice how you're breathing. And let's see, Lord Krishna is revealing to us the most confidential part of the Bhagavad-gita. So I'll start with the invocation. And the invocation is, I will say Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, and please repeat back to me with all your heart. Now, we say Lord Krishna has so many names, and Vasudev is one of the names for our consciousness, to elevate our consciousness. We sometimes think we're the only ones who can get things done in life, and I've thought that for a long time, especially around the house or trying to get jobs done, or at work when you're leading people, you think sometimes it's only you who's got to do everything. But when we go into a spiritual space, ladies and gentlemen, just like Her Majesty said when she was 21 years old, and many of you may have seen this on the TV, that when she had this huge task, she said that she would ask God for help. So, that is what Lord Krishna is saying is devotional service, that we try not to be so much of a superhero, that we, in some moments, we can let our guard down. And this is the moment to be able to do that. We don't always have to keep the guard and the shields up. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. You did really well, thank you. Louder next time. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So what I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is I'm going to read the Sanskrit, and then I'm going to read the purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Without his mercy, none of us would be able to actually have access to the Bhagavad-gita as it is, because his Bhagavad-gita, the translation, is word from word of the original text. Gatir Bharta Prabhu Shakshi Nivasha Saranam Surat Prabhava Pralaya Stitam Nidanam Pijam Avayam. Lord Krishna is saying, he's speaking to Arjuna, I am the goal, the sustainer, the master, the witness, the abode, the refuge, the most dear friend. I am the creation, I am the annihilation, and the basis of everything, the resting place and the eternal seed. Purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. So do listen carefully, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, listening is also a form of meditation. And let's see what Srila Prabhupada wants us to know. And then after we've read the purport, I'll go into a small class into clarifying the key points, and maybe we'll open up to questions and answers. Thank you very much. Gati means the destination where we want to go. So the question is, where am I going in life? Where am I heading to? And where would I like to head to? So Gati means the destination where we want to go, but the ultimate goal is Krishna. Although people do not know it, one who does not know Krishna is misled. So I'm going to repeat that, ladies and gentlemen. One who doesn't know Krishna is misled, and his so-called progressive march is either partial or hallucinatory. There are many who make their destination different demigods, or by rigid performance of strict respective methods, they reach different planets known as Chandraloka, Suryaloka, Indraloka, Mahaloka, etc. But all these lokas or planets, being creations of Krishna, are simultaneously Krishna and not Krishna. Such planets, being manifestations of Krishna's energy, are also Krishna, but actually they serve only as a step forward for realization to Krishna, indirectly. One should approach Krishna, for that will save time and energy. For example, if there's a possibility of going to the top of a building by the help of an elevator, why should one go by the staircase step by step? Everything is resting on Krishna's energy. Therefore, without Krishna's shelter, nothing can exist. Krishna is the supreme ruler because everything belongs to him and everything exists on his energy. Krishna, being situated in everyone's heart, is the supreme witness. The residences, countries, or planets in which we live also take shelter of Krishna, either for protection or annihilation of his distress. And whenever we have to take protection, we should know that our protection must be a living force. Krishna is the Supreme Father. Krishna is the Supreme Entity. And since Krishna is the source of all our generation, or the Supreme Father, no one can be a better friend or a well-wisher. Krishna is the original source of creation and the ultimate rest after annihilation. Krishna is therefore the eternal cause of all causes. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuran Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamne Namaste Saraswadevam Gauravani Pacharne Nivishesha Sunyadi Pasthastane. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Shri Gadadhar Shivasa Gauru Bhaktivinoda. Join in please. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. So ladies and gentlemen, Srila Prabhupada is saying gati. If you are in any role in life, whether you're a child, a family member, at work, there's always something about goals. You know, you've got to hit your goals, you've got to hit your targets. But what about the goal of where we're going? Often our goals are very materialistic, and they're important because they're about our survival. The goals are about getting a good education, getting a good job, getting a good wife, getting a good home, getting good children, making sure they have a good education, that they sleep on time, they do what you ask them to do, and they're not belligerent. And that's a sign of a good parent, because sometimes we evaluate ourselves, our goal through our children. But here Srila Prabhupada is talking about another goal, ladies and gentlemen. And that goal is the one that's often not discussed. It's not discussed in education. And I can tell you as a teacher and a head teacher that when we send our children to school, from the age, some go to school, or let's say nursery, from 2-3 years old, some start at 5, until they're, 21, they'll finish their degree, and if they go further, they'll do their master's, and like my son, he'll do his PhD. And so your whole life is absorbed in education. Education, making choices where you're not quite sure what you want to be, but often, our decisions are made on what we call our parents. Some of our parents came as economic migrants, so it was really important about survival despite challenging circumstances. So while that's all good, and every family and every person has a role and responsibility, they have a dharma. And this dharma is about, if you don't do your dharma, we cause chaos in society. And this is what Lord Krishna is telling Arjuna, that he must do his duty. Even the Lord does his duty. So what is this gati that we don't often get to hear about because we're so busy trying to survive in life or do well? And ladies and gentlemen, it never stops. The desire to do well in life really never goes away. Sometimes we want more money, or we want a better house, or sometimes we want to change our partners even. But Srila Prabhupada is saying that the destination, where do we want to go? Where is our destination? So he's now revealing to us the king of knowledge of the Bhagavad-gita, the most confidential knowledge. Now in chapter 9, Lord Krishna says this knowledge is very hard for people to understand if they have envy within their heart. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have envy to some extent. The desires, as long as we have desires and we see somebody else and we want what somebody else wants, and we think, actually, we're just modeling. We have good role models and we're modeling. But sometimes the desires actually cause a lot of distress within us. Here, Srila Prabhupada, we can ask ourselves, where am I going spiritually? I know I've got this body and I'm identifying with it right now. I'm a man, I'm a woman, I'm whatever I am in my work role, and whatever role I am at home, a mother, father, child. But what is my real identity? And that identity is that as a spirit soul, we've got our body identity. But what about the soul identity? The soul identity is that part of us that we can imagine in a bed, quite malnourished. And it's the part of our soul that needs nourishing. And if you're, if you're a parent, you'll know, especially a mother, that there's very little time to nourish yourself because you're busy nourishing others. And at that bodily level, but Krishna wants us to understand that we're a spirit soul. And the way we nourish ourselves is to actually connect with our real identity, the identity that you don't see often, like the mind, like the intelligence. Our spirit soul, who knows what we were in our past life, whether we were a man or a woman or an animal. But Bhagavad-gita actually reveals some of these most critical aspects of who we are. Alexander the Great, ladies and gentlemen, if you know your history, conquered so much of Europe and Asia. And he went to India. And there he was assigned some Indian ministers. And during his time in India, he began to inquire about the spiritual nature and his goals. You know, he was so successful in conquering a huge part of the world. But one of the things he realized after his time in India with spiritual counsel was that he said, when he returned to, I think it was Mesopotamia, that when he died, he wanted the doctors to carry his, to carry his dead body. He wanted all his riches that he conquered and killed for to be given out. He wanted to be shrouded in white. Now, why was he saying that? Because he wanted everybody to know that no matter how much you have, whatever you do, at the end of death, even the doctors couldn't save him. So death is going to come to all of us, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes we think it comes at old age, but I'm sure many of you know that it can come when you're young, it can come in your middle age, it can come unexpectedly. So he had that realization. He wanted his gold and everything to be given away, his treasures, because he realized that at the time of death, I can't take any of that with me. And so, and of course, his, the white on here, covered in white cloth, then actually we're inconsequential when we die. But yet we're so busy trying to prove to others that I'm someone, that, you can look at me and I'm worthy in this world. That sometimes we forget that, actually we need to focus on our survival, but also we need to focus on our spiritual life. So Srila Prabhupada says that those who don't know Lord Krishna, they're misled. So what does he mean? He means, what Srila Prabhupada is saying is their progressive march towards progress is partial or hallucinatory. We're sometimes in this illusion that I'm going to be here forever, and this is my family, this belongs to me, this is mine, and I own this, and this is my identity. But actually, life is a preparation, and death is the final examination. What are we preparing for at the time of death? Now, here Srila Prabhupada says that there are many destinations. Some go to the demigods. So some will worship Durga Ma. Some will worship Lord Shiva. Someone will worship other forms of the Lord. Some will worship ancestors. And ladies and gentlemen, there are people who even worship ghosts. Through psychic realms and things like that. Some will worship angels. But actually, here, Lord Krishna and Srila Prabhupada is telling us, who are we putting our faith in? Now, if we put our faith in the demigods, as we see a country being ruled by a prime minister, prime minister's one. So we see Lord Krishna as the ultimate source of everything. And under him are his ministers. So here Srila Prabhupada talks about Chandraloka and Indraloka and all these different destinations. Many of us, we aspire to be good people. We aspire to do good deeds. And that will help us to go to higher planetary systems where we can enjoy, we can be free from a certain level of distress. But when that's all used up, it's like currency, ladies and gentlemen. We're putting currency in our spiritual account. But when it's finished, we come back down. we come back down because in all the realms, in the 14 planetary realms where we're talking about the heavenly planets, because here Srila Prabhupada was telling us in the purport that wherever you are, whether you're on Earth or other planets, there is always some level of distress. Now, Lord Krishna's most secret, most confidential knowledge here is that when you take shelter at his lotus feet, you get knowledge and understanding. Where am I going? If we don't know this, ladies and gentlemen, our children won't know it. And when they're in a difficulty and they're trying to make dilemmas, they have dilemmas and choices, this is one most fundamental aspect of our identity that if we're not sure about, can cause so much disturbances for us. Because then we don't know who we are or where we're going, or even in terms of the robustness of our decisions. So these destinations are there, ladies and gentlemen, but as I said, Srila Prabhupada tells us that there's still suffering in the material world, whether it's the heavenly planets or whatever. But so we want to get beyond that. And there's one very easy way. That is to understand that everything is Krishna's energy. Whatever we take, we offer it back to the Lord. Krishna Arpanam. If I'm eating something, that's come from somewhere. The Lord has empowered the demigods to give us rain and food and all of that. So we thank them. We thank the Lord. So Srila Prabhupada is saying, why go around the bushes when you can go straight to Lord Krishna? Sometimes, at work, sometimes we need to get things done and we're too afraid to go directly to the boss. So we'll go to our line manager or somebody else who we think will be able to just help us with our challenge. But here, Srila Prabhupada is saying, why would you want to go elsewhere when you can go directly to him? And he gives us the example of an elevator. Instead of taking all the steps and stopping and huffing and puffing and whatever, our spiritual life, we haven't got a lot of time left, if you really think about it in this world. If we think about our past, if we think about our challenges, we want to get right to the top without any nonsense and know exactly where we stand in our spiritual life. So here the Bhagavad-gita enables us to do that. And this is what Srila Prabhupada is saying. Take shelter of the Bhagavad-gita because it will give you the knowledge and understanding of your identity. Now, Lord Krishna is the ultimate goal and protector. Ladies and gentlemen, in life, sometimes we can feel very alone. We can be with a partner, we could be with our parents, we could be with people around us, and we can appear really happy. But deep down, we may feel a deep, deep disconnection. And that is because we're trying to look for other people to make us feel complete. Whether it's a wife, whether it's a child, whether it's an adult child, whether it's your boss at work, we're always looking for that relationship that will give us a complete joy, complete safety, complete sense of completeness. But unfortunately, all relationships are designed to help us grow. Because in the end, we realize that our duty is to be loving, not to expect so much from others, but to be the role model that we're expected to. So focus on our dharma, do what we need to do, but also see the Lord as that he's the source of all relationships. Sometimes when things don't work out, it's because we need to realize that Lord Krishna is the ultimate seed father. When we think about his pastimes, he's the most wonderful child, he's the most wonderful husband, he's the most wonderful friend. And that's what we should be looking at. The Lord can fulfill all our desires for connection. Otherwise, we'll feel disappointed time and time and time again, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody deserves to feel that connection, but we look for it in temporary, short relationships. it doesn't mean that we neglect those relationships, as our duty in every relationship is to be loving and serving, but at the same time to understand that when I die, what's my soul relationship? And ladies and gentlemen, our soul relationship is with the Lord. You know, in one life, somebody will be our mother. In another life, they might be our enemy. We don't know, because as Lord Krishna says in the Bhagavad-gita, that the banyan tree, we don't know the beginning of our life in this material world, and we don't know the end. But it's all mixed up, and we have no idea. We can't even recall what our past lives are. So we shouldn't be surprised, neither judgmental, when challenges happen to people in different lives, or even to ourselves. So no one can be a better well-wisher than Lord Krishna. What I would say to you, ladies and gentlemen, that when you come here at the manor, take time to just connect with the deities, because the deities they will empower our heart and our mind, starting with looking at the Lord's feet, because within our spiritual culture, we always look at the feet, because the feet is the source of relief from all distress. None of us are not free from, none of us can say we're completely happy. So the Lord can actually remove all our distress, and the Lord can actually remove some of our impediments. Things that we don't like to actually acknowledge within ourselves, that am I religious? You know, is there falsity in me? You know, do I bluff my way in life sometimes? Do I have anger in me? Lust, anger, greed, envy. Am I cunning? Because, you know, when we're greedy, we can even be cunning in our little ways. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says Kali Yuga is the age of hypocrisy and quarrel. So none of us are free from hypocrisy and quarrel. We experience that in relationships. And so when we meditate on the Lord's feet, He helps to remove that. He helps to remove doubt, fear, anxiety. More and more, ladies and gentlemen, people are being diagnosed with mental health issues, particularly after COVID, that everything we thought we knew, we don't know anymore. And often people's own challenges were because they had to face themselves. We want to be able to have that loving connection with the Lord through the Bhagavad-gita, by coming to the manor, by meeting the devotees, by going on the website and signing up for a course. You know, you'll meet like-minded people. So, Srila Prabhupada tells us that in the purport, the Lord is the cause of all causes. The ego, ladies and gentlemen, our false ego tells us, I'm the cause of all causes. You know, we like to take credit. I did this, I did that. Or if people don't give us credit for something, particularly at work, or if there's, you know, plagiarism, whatever it goes on in life, there's always somebody who'd like to take credit over and above somebody else. So really, you know, we pray to the Lord because from Him He gives us remembrance. When we pray to His lotus feet, He gives us remembrance, understanding, knowledge by which to come to Him. And actually, the more the false ego tells us that trust me, trust my mind, trust my intelligence. And often it gets us into trouble. Because our false ego is it's the doer. You know, I'm the doer, I did this, I did that, I like to take credit for this. And if you're at work, people will often say to you, well, what have you done? You know, don't tell me we did this. Tell me what you did. What was your contribution? But a good way, ladies and gentlemen, whether it's at work or at home, is to do our duty, but do it as shared earlier, Krishna Arpanam, that I do it for you, my Lord, and you're the ultimate protector. You can protect me and you can help me. And if you don't, if it feels like you're not, then I will see this as a lesson for me in life. We think everything should go well, but actually it's in our challenges that we can grow and become strong. So the right attitude, ladies and gentlemen, is not to, before we die, actually, and it's to start at a very early age, is to not hold grudges anymore, to let go, to forgive, to see that whatever happened to us or whoever did something to us, there are two ways Srila Prabhupada tells us we can see it. We can see that in a way the material world, Durga Devi with her Trishul is pushing us down in the material world, because until we learn our lessons, we cannot be free. Until we're free from lust, anger, greed, envy, we have to keep learning the lessons. We have to keep going through the cycle of samsara. Samsara is the cycle of birth and death. It's actually being stuck. You know, I keep taking birth again and again as a human being, as a demigod, on another planet, as an animal, as a plant. But I can't seem to get out of this. But actually, the whole creation, ladies and gentlemen, 3/4 of the creation is spiritual. That small quarter, and within that, a very, very tiny quarter, is where we're stuck until we actually realize our real identity. Now, when you go outside, you'll be looking at adverts, you'll be looking at programs, you'll be looking at TV. It'll all be enforcing that you're a body. You're this race, you're this class, you're this gender, you're worthy or not worthy. You know, this is how you should look, this is how you should be, this is how much you should earn. But actually, that is all reinforcing a body identity. And we want to be a bit immune from that, because our real identity is that we're a spirit soul, and in the eyes of the Lord, He sees us as perfect, whole, and complete. But we just still have our lessons to learn. And the right way to see the lesson is that any challenge that happens, how was it for my highest good? How did it help me? Now, some people will choose to be the victim and the perpetrator, because this material world is designed to cause pain and hurt. And so we have to ask ourselves, where do I feel a victim in my life? You know, it could be something simple, like, for example, if you've, I think all of you will know in your own way. Sometimes it's through relationships. You want somebody to do something, like paint the fence, and they're not on the same wavelength as you. Or you want somebody at work to do something for you, and they're not following your instructions. Or a child who feels the parent's not listening to them. So, we can all grow up with our little hang-ups. And it's really about spending that time alone and nourishing your spiritual life and nourishing the soul. Now, the soul, ladies and gentlemen, is that part of us that's so undernourished. We feed our body, we feed our mind, we feed our intelligence, we give knowledge to ourselves, but how are we feeding the soul? How do we feel where in that quiet moment when we're chanting or praying or reading, that we feel strengthened by the understanding that I can become fearless? Fearless about death, fearless about things going wrong, that whatever is happening, to have this complete faith in Krishna, that everything will always work out for my highest good. So the question I'm going to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, is when Srila Prabhupada says the gati, the destination, where am I going, where am I heading? If we're not giving that time to ourselves, where are we heading? If before we die and we still feel that we're carrying resentment, anger, hurt, pain, we haven't learnt our lessons. Actually, we want to be free from all of that. And when we take shelter of the Lord, we can gain knowledge and understanding to be able to do that. And to be able to live a life which is of your highest potential. Because everybody deserves that. The human form of life is very rare. An animal can eat like we eat, mate like we mate, defend like we defend, sleep like we sleep. But the difference with the human being is that we have consciousness. The consciousness to understand that there's a part of me that nobody can see, but it's there, and I feel it, and it's me, and I engage in the world depending on, whatever my lessons are. So we've got about 15 minutes, and I thought we could open up for questions, if anyone has any questions, because no question is a wrong question, a bad question. But what it does is it really enables all of us to have a more personal engagement with each other. So maybe I can ask the children a question. Because last time I was here, we had an amazing discussion with the children, and then the adults got involved. So children, ladies and gentlemen, are very, very intelligent, very bright. And they say they're more connected to the soul than we are, because we've been withered by life and battered by the storms of life. But they've got their innocence within them. So I don't know if the children have any questions. You've sat so beautifully all through. Do you have a question? Or a thought? No? So where are you heading? You're heading home. Okay, great. That's your destination. That's a very short-term destination, absolutely. What about long-term destination? Where are you heading for your... What's your destination, my love? What about Dad? Where are you heading, Dad? I'm sure in a very good place, because all of you are here. You're listening to Bhagavad-gita. Where are you heading, sir? What's your gati? Still finding it. Please give him a clap, because that's the most honest answer. We are, sir. We're all trying to find our destination. But one thing can concretize it is by, getting the Bhagavad-gita. As I started the class earlier today, my reflections and my thoughts were that if you're a Muslim child, almost every Muslim child will go after school, and they will learn about the Quran. They'll know the Arabic, they'll know the inside out. Christian children have Sunday schools, and they'll know about the Bible. And our children sometimes go to Gujarati class. But where's the facility for our children to read about Bhagavad-gita, that you're the spirit soul? Ladies and gentlemen, when our children know that you're a spirit soul, it can make them so strong, so fearless, so invincible. And it's all our duty to be able to do that. So one of the things I would say to you is, before you go today, if you don't have a Bhagavad-gita, please get a Bhagavad-gita. And if you're finding it difficult to read, because I remember when I got my first Bhagavad-gita, I had to just look at the pictures, ladies and gentlemen, because the words did not make any sense to me. So look at the pictures and try, because, this spiritual knowledge doesn't come through the head, and it doesn't come through the intellect, it comes through the heart. The Lord who's within the heart reveals to us this knowledge. And that's why Gandhi said, time and time again, when doubts haunt me, I look at the Bhagavad-gita, and every time you open the Bhagavad-gita, there'll be a different instruction for us. As a parent, I suppose, I feared that I didn't want my children to go through what I went through, because, our families are worshipping, they're worshipping this ma, they're doing these rituals, but I didn't know why. But, spiritual knowledge is so important, because recently I heard that a parent had passed away and the children didn't want to carry his coffin. But, this is about losing culture, losing an understanding of our identity, that we're so absorbed in the ego, it's me and how I feel is so important, that duty doesn't happen, that, what is my wider understanding? Where am I going to go when I die? And I always felt as a parent that I didn't have enough to share with my children. One day if my children came to ask me, who am I? Am I going to say you're Indian and you're a boy? That's it. Well, we all know that. But there's a deeper identity, a spiritual identity, ladies and gentlemen, that only the Bhagavad-gita can give us. And guess what? It's never too late to enter into the wisdom of the Bhagavad-gita. You don't have to be an academic. You don't have to have GCSEs. You can listen online to classes. Come and join a Bhagavad-gita class or a Bhakti-vrisha class, or come online, and there are local groups in your area where you can meet other people and your children can meet them, and you can discuss Bhagavad-gita and you can sing and share prasad, so that you build a community of loving relationships. And it's only through that. Sometimes people think that when you become too religious, I remember when I first came to the manor, people were saying, oh, you're a good girl, don't go there. Because, these people, they take drugs, that's why they jump up and down, they're so happy. But actually we shouldn't listen to other people, we should work it out ourselves. That what is it about, coming to the temple, spending this Sunday like you are, to nourish your soul? That actually we owe it to ourselves and we owe it to our children and our grandchildren, that somehow or another we can take shelter. Now, there's one secret that I want to share with you today, because of course this is chapter 9, it's the most confidential knowledge. And the verse is Janma karma chame divyam evam yo veti tattvaha tyaktva deham punarjanna naiti mameti so Arjuna. So Lord Krishna is telling Arjuna that when you know his form, his qualities, his pastimes, his character, that you will never take birth again in this world, where this world of taking birth from one mother after another, whether it's an animal mother or a human mother, but actually you can bypass even the heavenly realms and enter into the spiritual world where there is no birth, no death, no fear, no anxiety, no hypocrisy, no quarreling, no cheating, no lying, no abuse. Any questions? Because it's lovely. Or any feedback? Was there anything that you felt that really helped? Yes? Hare Krishna. Yes. Okay. Okay, that's great. Okay. So this beautiful question, a really, really beautiful question, is how do I motivate my children, inspire them, get them to sit down, get them to meditate? Sometimes we tell our children to do something, but we do something different. So change always starts with us, ladies and gentlemen. As a mother, my children are 30, 35, and 37 now, 37, 38. And I tried all of that, sit down, chant, do this, do that. And they rebel because they see you as a hypocrite, because you're not doing that. So first you start with yourself and set the example. Are you enjoying it? Are you a happier person? I was at a funeral the other day, and an adult son of a mother said, mother had passed away. He said, I'm happy when my mother was happy. So, is spiritual life changing you? Are you becoming happier? Because when our children see that, they will want to do that. The other thing is, give them a choice. Give them a choice. Don't force it on them. Because, ultimately, Lord Krishna is the personification of love. Even God doesn't force us to love him. He wants us to find out about him. He wants us to know about him. So one of the things you could do, which I did, was read bedtime stories. So there's a Krishna book there, and it's got all pastimes of the Lord and his form and his qualities. So you can do that. You can read a small book. Just take time. People often say, I haven't got time. But if you can just take 5 or 10 minutes before dinner, and if it's not that, then a certain time before they sleep, just to read to them. Because you know what? Even if you're reading the Bhagavad-gita, the process will go through. It will change their heart, but it'll change your heart. So anything you ask your child to do, you do it. That's always the thing. Sometimes we feel, I'm not good enough. I don't know enough, but if my children do it, then it'll be all right. But I will say to you that you're all good enough, because your child is, you're the most important role model. So start with that. Join a Sangha group. If you're not part of a Sangha group, because your children will meet friends. My mum used to say, Apro Sangha wo rang, So we want our children, we want to have good association. We want our children to have good association. So as they normally say, be the change you want to see. Work on yourself. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? If all fails, just do the whole world a favor and just work on yourself. That's the only thing we have control over. If we try to control others, then it won't happen. But if we plan our day and our life in such a way that there's not quarreling going on or anger, because these things, ladies and gentlemen, we shut the door. We're all experiencing this. Frustration, anger, you're tired, you're exhausted. And so all these aspects of us come out. But if we just take that little time to chant, and, as I said, just be encouraging, and you make it fun, and make the reading fun. So don't make your child read the book. You read the book. Make it fun for them. And then one day they'll say, I want to read it myself. Great question. Great question. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah. 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 Okay. I understand, sir. I understand. So, what I'm going to do in a minute is, because I'm going to answer your question really quickly, because we have arati soon. So this lovely devotee will, in a moment, give you an announcement. But very quickly, sir, even the Lord has given us independence, because you can't force anybody to love you. You can love the Lord by doing everything you do in a way that pleases Him. So you don't have to sit down in a bush or in a forest and give up everything, and that's all you do all day long, because that's not sustainable. Lord says in Bhagavad-gita. But you can remember Him by saying in every moment, if I do this right now, will it be pleasing? So I'm going to hand over to this devotee. But lovely question, sir.
Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! Welcome to Bhaktivedanta Manor. Welcome to Gaura Arati. Tonight we sing, we chant for the Lord and Radhana. Please can I ask all the men to come on this side of the room and all the ladies to come on that side of the room. Men on this side of the room and ladies on that side of the room. Hare Krishna. Can we move these cushions from the middle of the floor, please?
ki bhajaya jaya Gaura chande arati kasho ki bhajaya Arati Sitaram Jaya Lakshman Hanuman. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prithaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Samiriti Namine.
Parivijakacharya Stotra Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Abhay Charanarvinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivijakacharya Stotra Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda Ki Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath Sham Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Vrindavan Dham Ki Navdeep Dham Ki Jagannathpuri Dham Ki Ganga Mai Ki Yamuna Mai Ki Tulsi Devi Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Harinam Sankirtan Ki Sam Ved Bhaktivinoda Ki Nitai Gaur Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glories to the lotus feet of Sri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada.
Start singing and we'll give you
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. भगवान की जय, प्रहलाद महाराज की जय, श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय, जय गौर प्रेमानंदे।
Hare Krishna. Thank you all for coming for this evening program to Bhaktivedanta Manor. So we are very fortunate to be a part of this process, chanting of the holy names. We have got the deities, we have got the temples, but we should be thankful to one personality who has given us all of this. And do you know who that personality is, from whom, because of whom we have got this today? Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So Srila Prabhupada came to West 1965. He traveled on a cargo ship called Jaladuta, and he took this 35-day journey, and then he came to the West and he established this movement. So we are celebrating Srila Prabhupada's festival next weekend, in fact coming weekend on 17th and 18th September in the Haveli. This will be for a 2-day festival, and the theme of the festival will be Jaladuta, because 17th September is the day when the anniversary of Srila Prabhupada's arrival in US. That's the day he reached US. So we request all of you to be a part of the festival. It will be from 10 to 5 on both the days. And we'll be also having a Maha Harinam on Saturday evening. We all would be going to central London and do this offering for Srila Prabhupada. So there's no need to book any tickets. You can just come in the Haveli. Hopefully we can accommodate you all because we have the facility now. Oh yes, sorry, thank you. So we have special speakers. We have His Holiness Radhanath Swami on Saturday doing the inaugural speech. And the next day we have His Holiness Chandramauli Swami, who is also going to address us. And we'll also be hearing from Srila Prabhupada disciples, and we'll be also hearing from senior devotees. We also have created a WhatsApp group where you can participate if you want to participate in any of the services. There are a lot of opportunities for services in car park, in prasadam serving, and a lot of other services. So if you're interested, you can contact any one of us. There's a WhatsApp group you can join. And we hope to see all of you there. And now we'll continue with our Kirtan up until 9 o'clock. Then there's Arati. And our darshan closes at 9:30 then. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
It's alright, we'll figure it out.
Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nitinamine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashat Deshatarine Jayo Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Shri Radha Gokulanand ki jai Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki jai Shri Shri Gaurnitai ki jai
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. A little louder if you can, please. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama, 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 oh, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Jaya Radha Madhava, Jaya Punjabi Hari. Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Gopi Janavallabha Jaya Girivardhari Jaya Yashodanandana Jaya Brajajanaran Jana Jaya Jaya Yashodanandana Jaya Braja Janaranjana Jaya Yashodanandana Jaya Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Kunja Bihari Chari Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Sham Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Avakara Kamala Bare Nakam Adbhuta Singham Kalida Hiranyakashipu Dhano Bingham Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagaresha Hare Jayana Shingare, Jayana Shingare, Jayana Gaurananda Shri Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Shri Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki jai, Shri Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Bhaktivedanta Manor ki jai, Harinam Sankirtan ki jai, Harinam, Harinam, Harinam eva kevalam, Valo naste vanaste vanaste bhagatiranyata, Harinam, Harinam, Harinam eva kevalam, Valo naste vanaste vanaste bhagatiranyata. Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Eva Kevalam, Kalor Naste, Vanaste, Vanaste, Bhagatiranyata, Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki Jai, Hare Vancha Kalpataru Krishna Pashandu Bhimja, Adita Nam Pavani Anand Puri Vaishnava Vindagi. See you all next week, Hare Krishna. What's next week? Here. So there's a festival that's happening next week on the Saturday and Sunday. There's a festival dedicated to Srila Prabhupada because of his arrival, I think, no? It's that time in the USA. So celebrating the arrival of Srila Prabhupada in the USA, commemorating that, we will be having a special kirtan. So please come. Hare Krishna.
Just come to drop this one song. Where are you going? She plays the guitar really well and sings very well. She sings good. Yeah. She plays the drum and Friday night song. Yeah. It's not that popular. Every Friday night. No, this is all the way in Royal Holloway. Near Heathrow. can, something will happen somehow.
University years are the real molding years. I find the most work life. Everyone can somehow get into this. Otherwise, what will happen is slowly,